Julio, welcome, man. Visually, happy painting. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
I will.
I tried using a little bit of airbrush. I tried using the airbrush to kind of do a base coat, which I don't know if I don't know. It worked. We'll call it that. Sort of, you know, just to kind of have a layer of paint, so I don't have to, you know, waste quite as much time. But now, because of that, the black I didn't want to do super heavy, super heavy, because then like all the spots that are supposed to be black, then I have to turn them black from this. So you're damned if you do, you're damned. I don't know. It just is what it is. We had a thunderstorm this morning. Rather dynamic pose, even though he is just squatting. Yeah, he's being very dramatic about his. Yeah, I think this is a good pose. I was looking at strike teams, like more modern strike teams, but they definitely have new poses now. I think they just had like when we were kids, we bought, like my friend bought this when he was in high school. I think there was just like less poses maybe available. I have some. I would almost like to see the newer models just to see like the quality of like what happened to the quality over the course of you know, all these years. I almost want to put like a white stripe across his shoulder, like coming from here, going back there, like a white, you know, decal kind of a thing going back across his shoulder. I think that's gonna look, that would look sick, bro. Augusta says, how dare you? You painted outside of the live stream. Well, there's some crude stuff. Yeah, the airbrush stuff I didn't want to do on stream. There's been a lot of stuff I've been doing outside the stream, and you know, finishing the crew bases and like and stuff like that. You know, what was I talking about right before this? Oh yeah. Actually, let me look at the box art really quick, because I'm thinking about putting like sort of a not a racing stripe, but almost like a racing stripe on his part of his shoulder here. I think that's gonna look really sexy. You know, like a white. Kind of like how I did on my Suzuki motorcycle on the gas tank. Kind of like that, but like different. I'm just trying to see if I do that, if that's gonna look stupid or not. I don't think that's gonna look stupid at all. I think that's gonna look super awesome now that I'm looking at the box. I mean, it's kind of like up to your. A lot of this is up to your interpretation. Let me go find a little decal to kind of look at the alien wording to see. Like, I think it totally would fit. 1 second. Don't tell the government, but I have Tau propaganda in my house. This is straight up illegal Tau imagery. I can probably go to prison for. Here's some more Tau propaganda symbols. Space communist propaganda. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm really liking these models. So cool. Yeah. Can you show me the box cover? Yeah, but I'm a little embarrassed because something fell on it and it damaged the box. It's kind of hard to... I'll show you from here because it's kind of hard to... I guess I can show it kind of. The problem is something fell on it and I damaged the box. That's why I'm like, ugh. As you can see, the cruets look pretty close to like the level of quality in terms of like what I painted versus like what they were, what I painted versus like what they're showing here. Is I'm pretty in line with like I wouldn't say I'm at box art level yet. These the box art looks, you know, but we're getting there. In fact, some parts I would say are there, but not all the way there. Like we're getting close to like I just kind of want to paint my models at box art level, you know. What you painted turned out even better. I think in terms of like, I like how I painted the last guy, but I think because he's like more vibrant in a certain sense with like the gradient, but it's the quality of the gradient that's hard to get, like that smooth transition. It's really hard to do that with acrylics. You have to be like, you have to have insane patience, or I'm not understanding something, or you have to be like, because you have to dilute the paint so much to get like a smooth transition from dark to light. Like if you want that kind of a gradient thing going on, which you do want that, because that's what makes it look super like somebody cared. Like that airbrush kind of smooth, you know, so it just takes so much time to do that, that like, that's why I'm like, if I just didn't do that, like if I just did paint, edge, highlight, detail, done, it would be a lot faster. So I think I'm maybe overdoing it for sort of a painting for a friend project. I'm going a little overboard in terms of like if I broke this down to current minimum wage, it would be like just minimum wage would be fucking insane amount of money I would have to charge if I charge by that rate. And part of it is how slow I am. It's not just because I'm doing an awesome job. I'm just saying part of it is I'm really slow. So I can't charge reasonable. I go through that when painting with gouache. My solution was to create 10 layers, and it really does take a whole week of work. That's the thing, is I don't know how to get past the 10 layers. Like, what I would do is I would take this paint, right? Like right here. I know this is the base color of the armor we're going with, and I would slowly add black to it, and then slowly go up from here to here, creating that transition. And now I do somewhat different things. Like I'll do this plus black in a separate container, and then thin it down with thin it really down, and just do very translucent layers, and that seems to be a little bit better, but still really slow. That might just be a slow thing. There may not be a way to get past that, like that hurdle. That might just be a hurdle that you just can't, you know. But I don't know. It's just I'm seeing really good results with some people like that show, like YouTubers that, you know, and of course the YouTuber people that like do this consistently. If that's the only thing you do, I'm sure they've picked up skills that are sort of, you know, this is a side thing for me. I'm not, you know, I'm not claiming to be. I wish I could say there is an alternative, but all paths are slow and laborious. Yeah. I think most people don't paint these. Most people do not paint like standard infantry linemen to like such a degree. I would argue they probably do. Most people will buy them. And I think the minimum is you have to have 3 different colors in a character in order to be passable. And I think that's what most people do. You know, and it's so. No disrespect to those people. Julio. Everything has a price. Superior results require time. The crazy part is when you start thinking about money and compensation for your work. Yeah, then it gets sad. Then it gets really sad. um, I was watching a thing about WarHammer Games Workshop. They're going to be releasing pre-painted, sort of what do you call them? Sets of like environmental sets you can buy for your table. And I guess it's got some controversy with people saying you should, be a purist and paint everything. I really don't care one way or the other. Like I like painting those big sets for your gaming table, like especially with the way I paint would take just decades. I don't know. I would buy them if I was really into Warhammer. I would buy them pre-painted, I think. But they have this interesting technology where it has like this laser light thing where it like it's still in the beginning phases, like technologically. It's got like this kind of I don't know, it shoots like a laser light and paint, and it like embeds the paint. It like the only thing is it kind of looks fuzzy. It has a grainy, fuzzy look to it a little bit. So I think as the technology becomes more developed and more like saturated and detailed, I think it'll be better. But right now it kind of looks very like substandard. Not, it looks good, it just has a grainy, fuzzy look to it. But anyway, it would be crazy though, and I'm sure this will happen eventually too, is pre-painted units, which then I'm not really sure. I don't know if I'm down with that. I think I'm because it just seems like that seems wild to me. That's why I talk so much about that Russian painter. I admire seeing someone who paints freely, somewhat distortedly and quickly. Oh. Are you talking about the one you showed me? The one that you showed me, or? I actually didn't. If you're talking about that one, I actually didn't think that those paintings were bad. No, the nature ones I didn't like. The birds I did like. I thought the bird ones were. Vladimir Volegov. I don't know who that is. That the one you showed me with the paintings of your friend, or? That lives in Mexico or whatever. The one I showed you is the Mexican Joe's. Okay, that one is extreme. He literally paints in 20 minutes. Oh, I see. Nice. Give you an idea, he sold about 200 paintings on eBay for less than 50 each. Just to become famous on eBay. I mean, it's working, right? It's not working. He sold many paintings, taking a loss of $70 just to develop a brand and also do marketing, and it worked. Today he is relatively famous on YouTube and Instagram, and on eBay, of course. Right. Nice. Well, I mean, it looks like he did the right strategy, and I would say like the birds and stuff. I don't think that they're like kind of he's doing kind of like that whatever. Like I'm not sure what that style is called. Like that really loose kind of style of interpretation of detail, and I like the birds. I don't think he like cheated the system or like I don't think he's unworthy or whatever. So yeah, he picked the right strategy for sure. Yeah, Future Oil is saying what the? Nice. He works hard and he's really nice and smart guy. Nice. Did you stream yesterday? Went to mom's. Oh, nice. I see. The guy who works hard and is nice is guys talking. Are you guys talking about me? Yes, yes, yes. Of course, of course. We were talking about another Mexican guy. We ordered 16 piece, only got 8 pieces. What the? So yesterday when I was my mom's went to KFC to get some fried chicken. What the? Big mistake. We ordered 16 and got, well, inflation, man. They're like, do you want 16 pieces with the old prices or do you want 16 pieces with the new prices? Because the new price 16 pieces 8 piece. And then they just cut the piece in half. They made us wait a little over half. Bro, that is so true. Never going there again. That is so true. There's like, sometimes you'll show up. Our Burger King is kind of like that. Like you go in there, and you're like, you're just sitting there at the drive-thru, and then like somebody, you know, you can hear somebody scuttle over to the microphone in the background. And then like the lights are off, like it's dark in there. And you're like, hello. And you tap on the window, like some dude, like I don't even know, like I think there's like one person with the lights off, and they just turn them on in an emergency if somebody does happen to like go through there. And so they're like, "What do you want?" And I'm like, "number 3." You know, it's like what is going on? And then it just takes forever, and it's like you can feel like the wrapper's hot, so they clearly like microwave the whole thing, like they just had them. I don't know. It's like our Burger King is just like as bad as it can. It like you just can't imagine how it's crazy. Like the McDonald's line are just wrapped around the building all the time, and then there's like maybe a car. You know, I think it's just the parking lot. Sometimes you'll see like cars in the Burger King parking lot because people have to do drugs somewhere, right? Like you gotta find a spot. So. But no, nobody like eats there really. KFC is now a bunker. Yeah, they went down. I remember. Oh, KFC's. But I thought you were saying. Yeah, Burger King. They really went downhill. I never really liked Burger King that much. I felt like they always like threw in crazy amounts of ketchup to where it would just be overflowing. You know. I don't know. It's alright though. Once in a while, if you gotta do it, you know. About 3 months ago, I think honestly, like, never mind. About 3 months ago, went through a Dunkin' Donuts, and at this speaker, the guy was talking with a heavy comical Indian accent. Oh, I think you told me about that. The guy who you thought maybe was making fun of you or whatever. I got to the window. It was a white kid, though. How do you know that it wasn't an Indian guy? Maybe they're outsourcing the microphone to India. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe the white kid was just putting it together, and then like it's the same thing as like when you call somewhere and it's you know, you get like an Indian person for like your technical issues or whatever. Maybe it's the same thing now with Dunkin' Donuts. They're like revolutionizing the drive-thru. I don't know. I saw 2 employees. The other person was a girl. The other... Oh, yeah. It was Aiden, famous troll YouTuber who plays COD using Indian voice and accent. Oh. I do honestly like, maybe it's like the nostalgia in me, but I do really like some of the companies, like I don't want to give anything away, but like let's say some companies I deal with that I buy services from, when you call in and you have somebody at the local branch, let's say, answer the phone, it is kind of nice when you know that person is like there, you know what I mean? Like it's someone from that, like it's that person is in your town, kind of a thing. I do like that. Like the companies that still have that, it's like a luxury. Like when you call in and it's like not an automated AI slop robot or whatever. You know, the Dunkin' was ghetto. The order was all busted. The Dunkin' was ghetto. Yeah, should have driven off. Yeah. Dunkin' can be alright sometimes, but they've really gone downhill too. Like even ours is like ours is okay. Like it's a relatively new one, and I think that the thing is that like I went in there one time for whatever reason, I forget why, and I was gonna, because a lot of times I wanted a donut, but every time I say I need a chocolate glazed donut, they give me a cake donut, and no matter what sequence of words I say, I'm like, I don't want caked, I want chocolate glazed. They still give me a cake donut, and I don't know how to order not that. Like they don't understand. No matter how I twist my words, no matter how many times I explain it, not caked, I get caked every time without a fault. So I go in there one day and I point at the one I want, and I'm like, 2 please. And I think the thing is that this is to the point of what we were talking about the other day of like everything degrading, is like just how stale all the donuts were. It's like, you know, they were all like kind of disappointing. Like for, you know, you're paying like whatever $2.40 for a donut now, and it's like it's super stale and disappointing. That's it. Like broke my heart because I'm like I really was like ready to enjoy donut, but it was like anyway. Actually, my hometown Dunkin' Donuts are owned by the same Indian guy, but he has known me since I was like 18. I had gone there since I was a child, and he's always given me free extra donuts. Nice, man. Nice. Bruce Phalis. Viz. I'm procrastinating. Should be working on my scenery. Nice. Nice. Maybe you need to paint them a donut painting too. I don't think I need to do that. People are buying here in my neighborhood. There are 10 restaurants, all empty. McDonald's has 100 people on Monday at 11 p.m. Let me read that again. My neighborhood, there are 10 restaurants. All now, why do you think? Like, what do you think that is? See, and it's kind of like one of those things where, like, a Walmart moves in and everyone will say they want the ma and pa shop back, but then they go to Walmart. Me included. At fault. I go straight towards the slop. You know, I go straight for the big box corporate slop because it's like, well, they're gonna have everything I need. Because, like I was telling you the other day, I try to support local business when I buy paint. And guess what? When I show up, they don't have the paint. Guess who does? Amazon. Like, that's the other issue, is like, it's not even, I'm willing to give you an extra $1, but then, like, you won't have it. And I just wasted, like, half an hour driving there. So that's, like, the other issue that people don't want to talk about. Is, guess who's gonna give you a delicious burger at 11 p.m.? McDonald's. You know what I mean? Sure, it's slop or whatever, but at least it's tasty and you're gonna feel happy for 20 minutes. You know? I don't know, the last few times I had McDonald's, it was not the best. Results may vary. Slipknot fan says, what's it? Yeah, I mean, I've had McDonald's that was, like, cold. But, to be honest, last time I went and got a coffee, they took a super long time, but I showed up at, like, 11 p.m. because I was going to stay up and work on stuff. And I ordered a large 3 cream, no sugar, and they waited, they're like, hey, we're gonna make you, obviously they didn't have fresh coffee, like, who goes to buy coffee at 11 p.m., right? Like, you have to be, like, insane. So they made me a fresh pot, and it took extra time, but they made, you know, so in my case, I've had, I think if you show up at the wrong time when they're, like, super swamped, I think it's actually worse. I don't know. Sometimes it goes back and forth. You know, I think McDonald's is kind of a rough. I don't blame anyone for getting anything wrong. I've seen what it's like in there. I would not blame anyone for doing anything. Because it's so busy. Like, it's insane, and people are, like, mean and they're yelling. It's like hectic. So I don't blame anyone for getting stuff wrong and stuff. Like, I just got back from the tournament. What tournament? What tournament did you go to? Icarus says hello. Nice. The last 2 times I went to McDonald's, there was zero customer service on the inside. It was an opening in the wall where they just placed an order on the counter and that's it. Like a Soviet like a Soviet cafeteria. Just an opening in the wall. Like they slide open a gate, like they slide open a gate and you submit your ticket and they slide out like a tray with some porridge and sugar, like, I don't know, something like that. Just joking, I was watching Mortal Kombat. Nice. I think people like the convenience, they like the corn sugar, they like the artificial endorphins. They like the atmosphere. Yeah, I do. I agree with with that statement. I do. I remember when I was a kid, like, just smelling McDonald's kind of gave you a little bit of an energy boost because you knew you were about to consume essentially drugs through your mouth. I got a little excited, you know. You got a little boost of adrenaline before you even started munching on the slop. It was good times. I had 2 kiosks to place your order. They just placed the order on the counter. That's it. You had 2 kiosks to place your order? But that's how it... Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes, right? I don't know. Did you go to the counter to order, or did you go to those terminals to order? I'm wondering. I've never used the terminals. I'm always afraid I'll get it wrong. Lurking and going to a meeting here in a few. Nice. Here too, there are 4 giant screens where you choose what you want. You swipe your card on the screen itself and you pick that. Dude, I am not swiping my card on those terminals. That's crazy. I'm not putting my, like, I don't know. I guess you use it everywhere now, but I want to just give them cash and leave. That's what I want to do. I grew up on McDonald's. It's just interesting to see how much the franchise has changed throughout the year. Yeah, it has become... It went from fun... I remember McDonald's was fun, and now it is like a modern... they have like that sort of neutral modernism kind of thing going on. Not that I actually kind of like the... Honestly, I don't hate the aesthetics of the now McDonald's. It's like clean, it's sort of modern and whatever, so, but I remember when it was like you were walking inside of into a toy, like there would be like some clowns and I don't know. The double drive-through, they always screw that up. I'm not a big fan of the double drive-through because, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that at all. I think that, like, I'm not really sure why they think that that's where the bottleneck is. Do you know what I mean? Like, why do they think that the bottleneck is that extra lane when actually the bottleneck is at where they give you the food? It's really... do you know what I mean? It's like that's not where the problem is. I guess if you have two things taken in order, then you could in essence start making the order, right? So per hour order filled, it's more because there's another car that's gonna be waiting, but the order is being made. So I think the math probably works out. I think if you look at the math, it probably makes way more sense. Like it's in terms of like orders per hour. I have a Last Jedi in the background. Nice. Now, Mickey D's is just a hole in the wall that offers food. McDonald's just a hole in the wall. I think it's still a very powerful. I still think like. I know we want to bash McDonald's, but like if you look at. It's like the only place you can still go to, and there's just cars there all the time. Like, it's hard to get in there without a crap load of cars being there. Every other place is not like that anymore, you know? So, I just want to push back on that just a little bit. But yeah, it's maybe not as what it was. I get it, efficiency, but it's just not a personally uplifting experience at all. Yeah. The big arc is great though. Yeah. Oh, hey, Slipknot. Remember that new sandwich you were talking about? I actually went and bought that one day to try it out, and it was actually really good. But to be fair, like it did taste a lot like all the other stuff. Yeah, big arc recent. I don't. Oh yeah. Was it called the big arc? That's what I don't think I'll be having it again. Oof, bad review. I actually really like the big arc because there was like a lot of meat on it. Because they usually don't put a lot of meat on their stuff. Like even when you order their bigger sandwiches, it's kind of like they cheat you on the meat. I feel like. But this one, I think it was like to get you into it. Like they're trying to get you in on the deal to get you hooked. So they kind of put a little extra patty in there. Like it seemed like the patties were like 1/3 bigger than they usually are. Like it was actually really tasty. But normally, so yeah. But it was you know, I hadn't had anything carb-wise until then for a long time, so it tasted like really sugary to me, but it was still really good. The big arc is different. It hit different too. I mean, a literal hole in the wall, as in just an opening in the wall when they drop off the food. No customer service, literal hole in the wall. Aw, man. That doesn't sound very good. You're not describing it in a fun way. What they should do instead of a hole in the wall, a slit, a metal thing that opens up like in a prison where they slide your food towards you. Maybe even, I've suggested this before, maybe we should start looking at a trough system where the food just rolls out into like through a hole into a trough, and you have to like kind of bend over and just start eating it like that. And it'll be shared, so whatever food gets mixed in with other food, you guys just like, you know what I mean? I'm just kidding, but you know. I like the traditional hole-in-the-wall restaurants, mom-and-pop places, a hole-in-the-wall bar places like that. Gotcha. There's a Taco Bell in Las Vegas that also functions as a bar. Nice. Yeah, I think Taco Bell always goes well with like copious amounts of alcohol, for sure. Augusta says, I haven't been to McDonald's in 11 years. The other day, I decided to eat a chocolate sundae, pure sugar. Ice cream itself was watery, as if they had changed the base, the cream, to something else, and everything was ridiculously sweet and tasteless. I think I agree with that. I haven't had like ice cream in a while, like that, like, or when I did, it was like Haagen-Dazs, so that stuff is pretty rich. But I believe that you know, like some ice cream is just like, it's not worth eating. It's just like not. Some of it you can't even legally call ice cream. It's not legally ice cream anymore. They have to call it like a creamy treat because it like isn't ice cream, legally speaking. Haagen-Dazs is pure rich kid ice cream here. Yeah, I mean, if you go to Walmart, they're like $4 a pop for those like cans, you know. So they're definitely in that. You know, they're a pricey thing. I only like the coffee one, and there's another one I like, but most of them are like it's like you're eating like heavy cream almost. So I only like some of them. Like the mango one was like, eh. They're raspberry, and the coffee one was really good. All the other ones are kind of like it's just like you're eating sugary like cream. I've also been calling it dairy blend, believe it or not. It's genetically modified artificial whey. Nice, 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 nice. Taco Bell is good in that respect? Yes, yes. Taco Bell is good, like, with beer. Like, if you know you're gonna get wasted. It's the perfect, like, alcohol, cheap food combo. How many of these fish people do you have to paint? Well, fish people is a derogatory term for the Tau, and we don't tolerate that. But we are going to we're gonna paint, let's see, this is the second of the 12. So I have 4 here, and they're like spray painted, they're primed and spray painted. I say, and then there's another 8, so 12 of these guys in total, but I have one pretty much completely painted, and 2 more that are kind of like ready to go. I don't know why I didn't think to spray paint them down to like save time on like the first coat, because it also creates a nice smooth like layer. I think it's funny how people have turned it into a meme of sorts. I don't have anything against the tower or crew. I was just totally kidding. Yeah, I don't know what faction. I think my heart is with the Imperial Guard. I just like the vibe of simple humans fight against space stuff. I think even the Space Marines, I like that they exist, but I don't you know, I just like the Imperial Guard and the orcs and stuff like that. You really do a lot of layers. Do you have advice against that? I mean, you can see through the layer, that's the problem. I don't know about Star Wars sequels. They're kind of squirrely. I've always been lukewarm on Star Wars myself. I like some of it, but like, I think if I would have seen Star Wars when I was younger, I would have liked it. But like, to me, Star Wars is like this, like, I'm still waiting for it to impress me. Like, I like it, but it's not like a big deal. I think, you know, it's a movie to go see or whatever. And the prequels, forget about it. Oh, I don't even know which. I don't know what the sequels or prequels are. They've also been calling it Dairy Blend, believe it or not. Okay, I read that already. Is it the paint? Is that why you're doing so many layers? No, I asked you. I'm like, do you have advice? Because it doesn't cover it. Like, if I do less layers, it doesn't. I don't want this to take 20 hours per piece, but the thing is it just doesn't cover it. If I don't dilute the paint with water to where it's translucent, then it goes on. It's cakey. It's like you can see that it's cakey as heck. Like, you know, I don't know how people paint this and they go, oh, I have to do 2 layers or 3 layers max. Because I'm like, but it just doesn't cover it. Like, you can see the primer and everything. And I'm doing these layers, that's with already like there being a base coat of the primary color. I'm still having to do like all these layers. Like, if it was any less diluted, you'd get cakey results. And I've tried different brands. I tried acrylic for artists. I've tried miniature model paint. It's all like the same. Like, yellow is very finicky color. When using so much yellow, I wouldn't recommend using white as a. I would recommend using white as a spray paint undercoat. Well, I already used this color as the undercoat, and it's still taking forever to get the color I want. So, yeah, no. If it wouldn't behave this way, I wouldn't. Like, if it would just cover it in 2 layers, I would just be done. Like, I'm just going over it over and over again until I see that it's covering. So, like, there's nothing I can do until it's. If I, however, don't dilute the paint, then it turns into cakey cake looking. You could also try to mix several colors: yellow, white, dark color, a little water, mix well to make an opaque color. But I need this several colors: yellow, white, a dark color, a little water, mix well to make an opaque color. But then a vibrant yellow, add white, mix water, water down until it's opaque. It's still gonna like how, but like if I add white to this and water, it's still gonna be layer after layer after layer to cover up. Like it's still going to be like that. If I do black, which is what I did on the other models, I painted everything like a darker version of this yellow in order for it to go on easier. White is a thick color. I feel like white takes the longest to cover up black. It would take the longest. Try white as an undercoat? Yeah, maybe for the other models or something. But, my only issue with that is that maybe I'll try it, I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me, like, when you guys are painting models, I've never seen any, like, I hear people tell me that what I'm doing is a lot of coats, but I want to see what they're doing. Are they just slathering the paint on there? Like, and it just, because it just does take this many layers for it to look like what I want it to look like. Or you don't dilute it and it just goes on there like cake. And you have cake everywhere. Some people use pink as an undercoat for yellow. Yeah. Do you know Plaka? Plaka? No. You can always strip the paint with the rubbing alcohol, clean them up, spray paint them white. No, we're not restarting this project again. I've already restarted some of these pieces like 3 times. We're just moving forward now. We're not stripping anything down again and doing anything like that. I use super clean. I use super clean for paint stripping. You just gotta leave them in there in a jar for 2 nights or something, and then I kind of brush them up. In the future, okay. So here's the problem I foresee with the white is that then I have to paint everything. Everything that I have to paint black is going to be a pain, and it's gonna be really hard because all the black stuff that you, because the nice thing about painting on the black primer is that everything you miss turns into like a shadow look. It just is like, oh, it's dark down there, right? If it's white, you have to get all of those crevices like perfectly. Like you have to dig into those crevices and really get them. So maybe I'll do zenithal highlighting from the top, maybe. But doing a full white is it seems like it's opening like, there's no way to solve any of these problems because you close this door and you do all white and you just open a different problem, like, which is maybe more annoying because like you're gonna have to work extra hard to cover up the white underneath places in the armpits and under the legs, all the places I don't want to spend a lot of time. It's like there isn't really any solutions unless there's just paint that's out there that's just amazing. But yeah, zenithal highlighting might save some time, but that's about all I can think of. It's nice paint. Elkin Plaka. Elikin Plaka? Let me put that in the search engine. Sorry, this computer, I don't know why this computer doesn't want to. Mm-hmm. 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 Plaka? It's like taking a while to load the picture of it. I see it. Belkin Plaka, all-purpose something. Oh, this is a gloss or whatever. The other technique is washing the mini really watered down dark colors in crevices and stuff. Washing the mini really watered. The other technique is washing the mini really watered down dark colors in crevices and stuff. My technique is to first do the base coat, then do shading, then dry brush, repeat if necessary, then highlights. And in general, even White Dwarf was said that if you want a vibrant mini, use a light colored undercoat. If you want a dark mini, then use a dark colored undercoat. I believe it. I'm just trying to find. Well, I just want to see how people are covering their mini in like a layer or two. I'm just skeptical. Dry brushing helps. Oh, dry brushing, yeah. Yeah, I've tried it. It's been a real hit and miss for me, the dry brushing. I've tried it, and I've had it work a few times, but it hasn't been consistent enough to where I've been able to. I've had it be a hit and miss. Because it's hard to get the brush to be like dry enough, I guess. The mini's good looking indeed, just lots of layers. So if the undercoat was lighter color, when you apply the base coat, I did take my airbrush, my electric airbrush, and I did coat these like this backpack here. You can see, like it was pre-painted lately, that color to kind of save a little bit of time. But obviously not, Instead, instead paint the broad panels and do shading after. That would probably be more expedient, in my opinion. Find that thin down paint is ideal for making objects look worn. I think I agree. I think, yeah. But I've seen I don't know, I've seen like this one dude on YouTube. He makes like these makes tanks and airplanes and stuff, and he has like crazy amounts of techniques to achieve various rusted and, you know, looks that are like hard to achieve. And I don't know, he's got like things I would have never even thought of to do. It's a specific paint style. I usually just airbrush the difficult colors. Yeah, I went light with the airbrush. I didn't go super heavy, because I didn't want to start clogging up the detail, because it felt like I was gonna start doing that, so I kind of backed off. The airbrush itself, I need like practice on that thing. And I can't regulate the PSI on it, so it kind of blows the air kind of hard. And so I have to like hold it just right to kind of start getting the paint on there the way I want. And, you know, I maybe I'm just not good at it, but I think my airbrush is kind of not a very good airbrush, because well, it's a cheap sort of a electric one that it's either on or off. It doesn't have a PSI thing, so it tends to, you know. Exactly what I meant. And it's also great for adding color reflections, though it does take longer. Yeah, I'm not advanced enough to do, like, you know, I'm not advanced enough at reflecting sort of color off of other objects. I'm just painting it straightforward. I use airbrush because I suck at painting. No, I think airbrush is a great tool. I think it's just a matter of, like, where are you using the tool and why, you know. I don't think there's anything wrong with the airbrush. Now, if someone just airbrushes their, you know, they just airbrush 2 different colors and call it a day, then, you know, it's going to be a big no for me, dog, but... Well, the general opinion is that in the not-too-distant future, GW will begin releasing pre-painted... Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. They probably will, yeah. They have pre-painted sets now that they do, like, laser something for their environmental stuff. So I think if they can do that with terrain, they can do that with minis. But the terrain looks not very good. It looks very desaturated. There's like this... The technology they're using is kind of early stage right now. And it looks kind of desaturated and grainy. It doesn't look super awesome. It kind of has like this... You can like see the little dots being, you know, lasered in or whatever. So I think that, you know, with painted minis, there is going to have to be on a whole different level, I would think, for anyone to be interested. But also, I want to point to... I don't know what the point of this hobby would be if they were pre-painted. I wouldn't be interested in that. I like the charm of, you know, you're putting your heart and soul into it, and you're sort of making a connection with these objects when you paint them, and you can get creative with your paint schemes. To me, the idea of pre-painted units just seems like really gross. I don't know. I just don't care for that. I saw it could be a color edit to the plastic or something. Very yucky. Yuck. The tech will totally improve in time. Yeah, like I said, it's coming. It's not there yet, though. Yeah, I'm not really interested in the pre-painted models at all. But, you know, I'm not super married to Warhammer. If I have to move on to, like... If I have to buy a resin 3D printer and blender up my own units... Or whatever, I don't... That, to me, that sounds like a terrible idea. But, again... It's going to go where the market goes. If people buy them, then they're going to sell them. So to me, it's kind of like one of those things. It's if people buy the pre-painted and that's what they want, then that's fine. I'm not gonna stand in their way. But I just feel like if you go in someone's house and they have an army of pre-painted Marines, it's not going to be as impressive. It's going to be hard to watch someone stand there with their arms at their waist, like being proud of an army that they like bought, essentially. I blender up my units. Fully understandable because it's difficult. I think it most rewarding to paint your own stuff. Oh my god, can you imagine having your own units? Like, can you imagine making your own creatures from scratch and then you print them and then you paint them? Just imagine how wildly cool that would be. Like, you are an artist at that point. If painting isn't, like, let's say art, I think if you are designing it from scratch and then painting it, that's art. It's just a matter of how many players enjoy painting or don't enjoy painting. It's the best feeling ever. It must be. To take it from design, and yeah, that would be, especially with like modern 3D resin printers, like the kind of quality you can get, that would be quite exciting. Some new players don't know that you have to assemble the minis. They think they come out of the box fully assembled and painted, which is like a toy, so to speak. Yeah, I would not enjoy. I mean, I guess if that's what they want, but I don't. Like I said, it's gonna go where the market goes. If people want it, that's it's cool with me. It just, I think that you should have to have that barrier of entry. That's what makes it interesting. If someone actually took the time to do all this, and then started playing with them. I like the barrier to entry and the various skill levels that are going to be applied, and like all of this is like very cool to me. So if they're buying a unit like that, it's fine. They can do it. I'm just not. I'll just tap out. I think I'm where I want to be. I can start doing that edge highlighting. Oh no, his chin. I think 3D printing is going to take over, and shortly thereafter, we will be fully 3D printed and painted minis. It will take 5 to 10 years, but it's coming. I love the idea of 3D printing minis. I hate the idea of having them be pre-painted, but it is what it is. What must also be wild is being a rapper and having them make a game like Def Jam where you appear as a character. Oh, I wonder if they had to get their, like, they probably had to get their rights to their name or something, right? To like get into a game like that. I don't know, maybe I'll change my tune. Like, if I could blender up a unit and color it in Blender, and then 3D print it that way with the color already enabled, and I made all the creative decisions I made myself, I guess then it's fine in that sense. Then it's okay. Painted 3D, painted 3D. Wait, pre-painted 3D minis look very frosty, quite faded colors. Uh, yes, we talked about that earlier. The technology they use now isn't super good. Tech will improve encrust just like the quality of 3D printers. Yeah, no one is arguing with it. Like, of course, it's going to increase. I'm just my only argument is I don't want it to. Like, I would rather paint them. So eventually, 3D will be so commonplace, and people will have the option to pre-paint. I guess personally, I like painting them. I recently made some bolt pistols that have an extended smaller barrel, making them look almost like Uzis of sorts. The possibilities are endless. Yeah, I wish I just had infinite time so I could also like sculpt my 3D models and print them. I have an upstairs I could do that. Even like the printers that are like the resin ones that are dangerous, I could run that inside my house just because I can open the window and just kind of run that. Put a fan in there and then just not, it would never be a bother for me. Or even honestly, even set it up in my garage maybe. It'd be kind of hot in there in the summer, I guess. My Tyrellian Dog Soldiers Army, 2,000 points, 76 minis is composed of mostly lizardmen bodies, some bloodletter parts, and tau and crude weaponry. The only one I know is the crude weapon or the tau weaponry. That's the only one I know. The other factions, I don't know yet. One day, if I keep painting these things, I'll learn more about the other factions or whatever. But I'm in no hurry. With a fan in it, sounds like a personal stand. I just mean like the fan to air out, like the resin printers that you need to like have the ventilation going. I made a space beastman army out of beastman bodies and 40k weapons with other models and conversions. 1,000 points, 50 minis. Also, Nikki, for if you decided to go with a resin printer, make sure you do some proper ventilation to best exterior fan. Resin is nasty. I hear that too, and I've seen other people set up, and it wasn't like super vent. They did it in their basement, and they just had the window open or whatever. Like if I do it upstairs with a fan in the window, kind of blowing everything out, and I close the door while it's working, you know what I mean? I don't know. Or am I crazy? I definitely have the ability to set it up properly. I looked into getting a 3D printer. I think I'll wait until they're really user-friendly. Yeah, I want the resin one, just because I want that, like, I want that detail that they were talking about, that 8K detail that you can get off of those. once had to spend. Also, a proper mask is another 100 euros. A replacement screen for the Saturn Ultra is 150. 580 US, so maybe they're like 100 or something. I can't believe how cheap huge flat screen TVs are these. I know. Actually, I want to talk about that. Yeah, I was at Walmart the other day, and they have like, I mean, $800 can get you like the biggest, baddest TV, like 85-inch across your entire like living room. It's kind of crazy. Like TVs used to be like the TVs of. I'm sure there's like $4,000 TVs out there, but like. I'm telling you, what they have at Walmart now, like those 85-inch, whatever, 8K TVs, you know, 120 frames per second, whatever hertz, they're not that much money. They're, $800 will get you in the door with like the biggest, baddest thing out there. It's kind of insane. I still have a TV I bought, like this TV right here that I use as a pseudo monitor. I bought like I don't know when I bought it, but it was a while ago, and it's still working, so I'm not getting rid of it. It's a big old thing. It's like it's a proper flat screen, but it's thick. It's like when they first started getting flat, and it's a Vizio, and it just won't die, so I just keep using it. But yeah, TVs have become, that's like the one thing that no one talks about. Like you can't get rid of a TV. Put one outside. No one needs it because everyone has an 85-inch TV now. Like, yeah. So, to be fair though, I have seen the car market crash too. The used car market. I'm seeing like 2012, 2014, 15 cars for like $4,000 right now. You know, not maybe with like 130,000 miles or something, but still, you can limp a modern car along for God knows how long if you're just kind of if you grandma a car. You can limp. I limped a $500 car, a 2003 Grand Prix for like 7 years, maybe like more. I drove it for like God knows how long. So yeah, cars are like in a good place right now. I think if you buy like, you know, not of course anything new. Like anything new is going to be like $55,000 base model for like a Honda Civic. But I'm saying like something from 2015. You know, you can get it for $5,000. At least that's what I'm seeing in my town. Honestly, I just want a 3D printer to make thousands of HH minis. Do some Istvan stuff. Horus Heresy. I like large scale armies. Of course, who doesn't? But then you have to. You gotta paint. Good luck painting all of those. I just got a 2015 Jeep Compass with 2015 Jeep Compass with 171,000 miles. That's the other thing too. Is I think we're used to thinking of cars in terms of like anything 100,000. Like it used to be, if a car is 100,000 miles, basically it's trash. You need to like get rid of it, right? Now, like my car has 100 average cars, 50 average truck. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a baseline sedan now is like way crazy. But like your example here, 6,000. Yeah, 6,000 for 2015. That's very common to see now. And I think if your car has like 100,000 something, you can limp it with modern oil, and if you grandma it, like you're not abusing the car, you can probably just squeeze out like 7 to 10 years out of those things, like because like the engines don't blow up. I mean, some of them do, but you know, I don't know, that the 3600, my 2003 Grand Prix, had it not just rusted away, like the body of it, the engine was totally fine. Those 3600 engines, 6-cylinder, it just never had an issue whatsoever. Never, like, just, you know, I would have still be driving that thing, and I really liked that car because it was so cheap, and it was in a state that I didn't have to care about it. I really enjoyed how I just didn't care about, like, you know, like if someone stole it or it crashed it, I'd be like, okay, well, you know. Whereas if you have like, once you start getting into that like $20,000, $20,000 kind of area for car prices. That's where it starts to be like, ooh, I really don't want, I don't want anything to happen to it. I think it does, but tech is so good that vehicles can last long, I guess. I think so. I think even with all the complaints, I think people I don't know. I think cars have gotten really, really good if you have to take care of them. If you, especially if you got like a Toyota or a Honda Civic, if you have to take care of it, you can make a Toyota. You know, I don't know about the new super modern stuff, but some of that stuff has some stuff that's a little bit concerning. But you know, I think these 2000, some of these cars you can just limp them forever. I swear. Especially if you're willing to put up with, like, if you don't care about, oh, that window doesn't work kind of thing, or whatever, has a lock issue that you have to go inside and open it. If you're, like, kind of cool with, like, some stuff being broken, but the car drives, if you're, like, not squeamish about that, bro, you, like, 10 years easy. My prior car was 2005 Toyota Scion. The 10-year jump 2015 Jeep Compass is huge with tech and quality. I paid, really, you're saying Jeep is better than any Toyota? I paid the said price for both of those. The same price. But I'm really shocked that any Jeep is better than any Toyota. Like, to be honest, I would have thought that any Toyota would just be automatically just better than... Like, all I've ever heard about Jeeps is that they just cost money to own. Like, they just break down. Is that not true? Is that not true? Because that's all I've ever heard about Jeeps, is they just cost money. My Scion had 200, so almost a quarter of a million miles, yeah. Was it manual? Was it manual shift or was it automatic? It was probably automatic, right? The change of tech from 2005 to 2015 vehicles huge is what I'm saying. I had a Wrangler. I think I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is more of a... In terms of, like, not so much what's in... Do you, when you say tech, what do you... Not manual, gotcha. I guess when I say tech, I don't mean, like, do you mean like what's on the dashboard kind of a thing, or do you mean like, I would rather own an old Toyota than a newer vehicle in terms of, I don't care about what they got on the dashboard. If that's what you mean by tech, I would rather have, like, the fundamental, like, engine and transmission never give out kind of tech. I think we mean, maybe we're talking about different things when we say tech. I just mean tech in terms of, like, the car never fails. Like, you never get stranded because it has sort of notorious issues. I'm into the glitzy tech, but I do prefer simple cars. But those parts are not common, so everything is very electronic and everything's. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think if let's say my speaker system went out, you can buy those like those USB C uh speaker things connected to your phone, USB Wi-Fi that to your phone. My Scion was very basic. It didn't have any cruise control. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like that kind of stuff too. Yeah, I would say yeah. Yeah, my Grand Prix didn't have that either. I don't really. I always forget about the cruise control because I don't. I really kind of don't drive far. I just kind of grandma it to the grocery store and back. Church on Sundays kind of a driving. So I don't really do a lot of. I never end up using it, but I do like the. I actually would say the 2003 Grand Prix in terms of it was a wider base car and the 6-cylinder engine. Between all of those factors, it was a much more of a like you were in a boat, like it was a comfortable boat car. And this new Kia I have is very like I don't know. You just feel every little bit of you just feel every little thing when you're driving. You're like kind of your back is stressed out because you're like expecting to feel everything, which I don't like. So I did like the 2003 Grand Prix in every way better. It was super cheap. I didn't care about it. Didn't really burn too much gas either. Yeah, I just love that car. Irota says, I want a BYD car. Oh, the Chinese car. Yeah, tell me what's your thoughts on that? I've only ever heard of, kind of stereotypically bad things about Chinese cars. Is that not true then? I know they had the German guy designed them, like the at least the exterior they design like they had a European designer come in and sort of make him look sort of stylish and stuff. Mm-hmm. They're cheap and good, is from what I heard. Okay, because I watch. Have you seen the China show with like those two Australian dudes that did the motorcycle? They always kind of they do like a lot of China bashing. Oh, that's like the whole show. Is that they sort of I don't know if I don't know if what they're saying is true, but they do like reveal what China's really is, and they kind of paint it in a rather bad light, like it from their standpoint, right? So my worry is that like the way they would paint it is like their cars, like their electric cars, constantly randomly ignite on fire. They have they have people getting like randomly electrocuted to death inside of those electric cars and stuff like that because the quality control is so poor. Again, I don't know if any of that is true. I'm just saying that that's at least from the way the picture is being painted by them from that. I think it's called the China Show. Backup camera. Ooh, I wish I had a backup camera. I don't have that. Sunroof. Automatic sunroof would be nice, but again, the reason I don't like the concept of a sunroof is when the rubber starts to fail, you have a leak. And I want to never think about things. I want things to always work and never think about them. That's how I like my life. So a sunroof to me, unless I was like, let's say rich, or not rich, but like, I don't know. I just don't like, because that could end up being like a $900 expense, right? I think it's called the China Show. Let's go to YouTube really quick. Let me punch that into the YouTube algorithm. Sorry, I don't know why this computer is so slow. It has the same spec as that computer, but it's like 4 times as slow. Is it the... They don't really talk about cars, they just talk about how bad China is. Basically, is the whole show. And sometimes I watch it, and I don't know if what they're saying is true, right? I wasn't there. The China Show. So, my perception. Okay, yeah, it is called The China Show, literally The China Show, and they are very funny, and they kind of do behind the veil of what China tries to portray itself as, like this modern whatever, like all this stuff, but actually it's bad. The way they paint it, right? I don't know. But the BYD car, God only knows. I would rather buy a 2010 Toyota all day. If their whole channel is about bashing China, then I would say they're biased. So, but they did, to in their defense, they lived there for 10 years, and it's China focused, and I think that they they're in the reason they bash China is they're in sort of opposition to its governmental policies, because they were there when it went from being like China was moving like towards kind of like open democracy, and then they became nationalist, and like they pulled back and became like communist nationalist, and so that's why they bash it, is sort of to make the regime look bad, if that makes sense. That's their angle, is sort of they felt like China was going in the right place overall, and then Xi Jinping or whoever, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy, I don't know, I don't care, I'm just saying he turned China back into sort of a nationalist sort of / communist nightmare, according to them, the way they say it. So again, I'm not here to make enemies with the Chinese or whatever. You guys do what you want. But yeah, they do basically bash China the entire show. It is, to be fair, it is funny. Like, I do watch it because it is like some of it is like kind of entertaining. Like when they show like the goofy robots falling over and like the stuff like that. I want another soft top 95 Jeep Wrangler, but as a farm car. Do motorcycle. Do skip car. Just do motorcycle. If you're not comfortable with a Miata, go do not comfortable with a motorcycle. Just do a Miata. It's almost like it's like your chances of dying if you get hit are about the same, because it's like a little clown car. I'm just kidding. The soft top falls apart eventually in the elements, and you need to replace it at some point. But 95 soft top was fun. I do feel a little bit of jealousy when like you see like the Jeep people like put their leg out and they don't have a door, and it's all very cool. It seems like I don't know, just the whole thing seems very cool. Like the Jeep people look like they're living it up. I will admit that. So. My only concern with Jeep is I've only heard about quality control issues, and that they cost like a crazy amount of money to constantly keep fixing. Again, I don't know. That's what I hear, but I like my I either buy American or Japanese, and American is cheap to fix because we have parts for they've made millions of this shit, and then Japanese is good because it's good quality. So I just kind of stick to what I'm comfortable with. Nothing against any other cars. Ask a question. What is China? How does the country work? You can find hundreds of documentaries portraying China as a hellhole, and at the same time you find people saying Westerners were deceived while your little republics were robbing you. China grew and became rich and a futuristic society. Um, yeah, I'm not. I think it's easy to make fun of a developing country because it's like, but I do think they're kind of, even though they make like a lot of, I don't want to say like, at first glance, what seems like low quality stuff, they do seem to be like getting ahead. And you can, because Japan was like that too. They were known for like not making good quality stuff in the beginning, post World War II. But then now they're known for like the best stuff, right? So that you can always kind of like get your economy and then tighten up the bolts and kind of get things. So I do think it does seem like China, broadly speaking, is slowly gaining and is going to overtake the West. So, but who knows? Sounds like they got in trouble with the government. They did get in trouble with the government. They did. They left China and making videos bashing China. All their videos are clickbait. To be fair, everyone's videos are clickbait nowadays. Like you have to play that game. It's true and sad. Yeah. Sad truth, yeah. I don't know, I can't afford anything else because everything is so expensive. So if China has cheaper cars, then I can possibly afford. If you live in the West, I don't think they're going to let BYD enter this market. They're just going to be like, we're going to tariff the shit out of it. You're not getting a Chinese car for a reasonable price. That's not going to happen. Even if they are, like, let's say, reasonable quality, they're going to beef, and like they're going to be like, fine, but you're going to have a 50% tariff. Like, you're not getting that car for a reasonable price. It's still going to be $50,000. Like, the only thing you can do is buy used, which is what I would recommend. Find like a $5,000 to $6,000 car in that mid 2000s range, age-wise, and you can limp that along for like forever. I don't want to get into that subject. I'm seeing a resurgence of many controversial discussions on the internet. What the? And everyone else is arguing about in absolutes. Right, yeah. I'll take it. And I feel like you see Teslas explode and losing control too low. It does happen, yeah. They're facing a crisis with their population. I think that, I don't know, but my speculation is, I know people are going to disagree with me on this because there are theories that it's being sort of, the population crisis of like people not reproducing is sort of caused by sort of propaganda, anti-children having propaganda. But what I'm seeing is every society, and I'm sure there's maybe there's some of that, right? But all I'm saying is, what I'm seeing is they've industrialized, and now they're not having kids. It's the same thing as like, you know, like you see those pictures of like from the 1920s of like white people having 19 children, and then they became industrialized, and now they have 2. Now they have 1.1 kids, right? Like, every industrial society, the population collapses. It's like, is it a crisis? Do we need a good 3 gajillion people on this planet? I think industrialism is good. It's like a naturally balancing act of like, yeah, like people live better lives. They don't want to have 19 kids anymore. It's naturally good because then like it balances itself out. Because if you had like a perpetually exploding population into oblivion, you know, so, you know, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with the population crisis in China or everywhere. India's gonna have the same thing. They're all gonna have the same. Once they get one generation under industrial sort of conditions, it's gonna have the same effect. So that's my take on that. Mm-hmm. I saw some people buy them from Canada and Mexico, driving them here. Oh, Teslas? Yeah. I like I really like the idea of the electric car because I have solar panels. So for me, okay, the other thing I like about electric cars is there's not a whole lot that can break there. You have battery, which slowly degrades, but you're the opposite side of that is you don't have a bunch of belts, you don't have a transmission, you just have a one or two or three motors depending on what kind of package you get. But mostly it'll be two big motors and a battery. It's a very simple. Like, there's not a lot of moving parts like in a combustion-driven engine. So you can get I guarantee there's going to be electric cars that you can get, and I guarantee you're going to be limping those things for like 25 years because there just isn't a whole lot that can go wrong with them outside the battery degradation. So I really like it because I'm a solar panel enthusiast. You have solar panels? Yeah, I have enough to where if I don't use air conditioning, I don't pay for electric power. I don't have enough to like live it up, but like as long as I just run my computer and like make food and run the fridge, like I basically don't pay for electricity. So if I had an electric car, it would still be good. In the summertime, it's nice because like there's a lot of sun. I pay just for the being connected service. How much was it to get installed? I think it was like. It was kind of expensive. I think I was like in the $12,000 range. I don't want to make up numbers because it's gotten very foggy. I know it's kind of crazy that I forgot, but I don't remember. Yeah, it was 12,000. Like it was like maybe more, but to be fair, at the time Illinois was covering half the cost. That's why I did it. I want plug-in solar panel. I want plug-in solar panels. I want to warn you though, if you go down this road, is that there's a lot of red tape, and even if you have a company handle all of it, which you should, because if you do it yourself, it's a nightmare. You might not see that money the state is supposed to give you for like 17 months, right? That on paper you're gonna get that money, and you will, but just remember that there's a good chance you're going to be waiting for that money for over a year. And then because of COVID and the supply chain issues, I had to wait. Like they literally just, I thought they forgot about me or I got scammed because they just couldn't get the parts in to do it. And the company was far away from my house. I'm not going to lie, it was very stressful because I gave them real money and then it's like, where is it? And then finally they installed it, and I'm like, okay, at least they installed it, and then I had to wait for the city. I had to wait for the inspectors. Like, all said and done, from the time I signed the contract to the time things were working, it was almost like 2 years, dude. It was almost 2 years. Like, it was like, dude, you know what I mean? To be fair, though, that was during COVID time, so that was a little bit different. It probably won't be that bad for you, because we're not, we didn't shut the fucking world. Oh, sorry. We didn't shut the world down this time or whatever. I think plug-in solar panels don't have that much red tape, right? Plug-in. I don't know what you mean by plug-in solar panels. What do you mean by that? Like have your own separate system that is not connected to the grid? I think I'm not sure what you'd have to check in with your local municipality on like how broad of a system you can build without having to contact anyone. Like I'm sure if you buy a solar panel generator, let's say, with the battery and inverter already in there, that's not going to be an issue whatsoever. But if you're building like, if you're laying them down on your lawn like 10 panels and it goes into your shed and from your shed to whatever, and you're like using that electricity, but not at that point it might become a thing where you'd have to like talk to somebody or something. Plug-in solar, often called balcony solar, is an easy DIY friendly system where solar panels connect to a micro inverter and plug directly into a standard 120 outlet. Offsets your daytime energy use to lower electricity bills while requiring roof without requiring roof installations. Or expensive furnace systems typically range from 200 watts is going to not be enough for anything. That's a hobby level. 1600 watts, now you're talking. And you can run some real appliances off that. But I've done it, and I'm telling you, it's like, it's depending on like what you're, because you need a battery bank, so you're gonna have like, you need to buy batteries, sealed lead acid batteries preferably, and that's a lot of weight. Where are you gonna put those? It's a to-do. I would say if you're gonna do not connected to a grid system solar panel thing, I would have a separate shed for your battery bank. Like solar panels, inverter, battery bank in a separate shed, wires going back to your house where you actually plug stuff in. You don't really want those batteries inside your house, even though they don't usually explode. Or the lead acid ones, I think they just melt if they go bad. The lithium ion ones will actually like just set everything on fire and kill everything within. Like, it's impossible to put them out, basically. That's my thoughts on that. But I would definitely encourage you to go in that direction. Like, maybe start out with like a 200 watt, maybe 2 solar panels, small inverter. Just see what you realistically can do with that. Because you could, honestly, it's a good idea, because if you have let's say a couple car batteries hooked up, right? Hear me out. A couple car batteries, you got whatever, little system charging that, you got the inverter. You can charge your phone, your laptop, your whatever to keep yourself. So even if the electricity is out, you still have the ability to charge your laptop. You can even buy these battery banks and plug it into that, so the battery bank is being charged, and like use that as a generator for, electricity is down. So there's things you can do with a smaller system. So I would like maybe go in that direction, but I just want people to be ready for, like, a small system doesn't get you as far as you think. Like, it's not like having electricity. It's like you're constantly thinking about, I only have so many hours before it runs out of power. Is it sunny outside? Like, stuff like that. It's not as, like, you need a pretty big, robust system to really live like you live in a normal house. Like, you need a lot. Like a $20,000, $25,000 system before you can, like, live it up. I don't know if it's good to be near so much hot lithium either. Yeah, who knows? I think they don't need it. They don't need a battery. I think they're just decrease the electric bill. They don't need a battery. Well, how are you gonna store the electric power? Right. You need a. I'm trying to remember the you need to store the power for it to be distributed to the. I forget the AC/DC stuff now, but it's being stored where though? I don't think it's being stored. Okay. If it's not being stored, then it's connected to the grid. Like the ones in my garage are not. They're not connected. They're connected to the grid. They just offset my bill. If the electricity goes out in the city, those solar panels don't work anymore. Like, they don't do anything. They just feed this. They feed the system, the whole city, and that offsets my cost. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So it just depends on what kind of system you want and you want to deal with. I say if you're going to have a tiny home situation and you're going to live out in the woods by yourself and you just have a tea kettle and you're charging a laptop, you can get away with a small system. You can even do air conditioning, but you're going to have to kind of it's going to be, you know.
Just walking in the rain, getting soaking wet.
Well, this song, BioShock soundtrack. I think so, but I don't think those are the real songs. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't. They are BioShock-esque, but I don't think those are the actual songs that were in BioShock. But I could be wrong. He connected 3 chest freezers and all other household needs. And he said the system supplied everything. What the? A while back I saw a guy who had put together an integrated system of 12 truck batteries, a car engine, solar panels. It seemed great. Nice. A crisis is as in when major production hub collapses, you end up with empty factories and cascading economic collapse. AI says China's population is experiencing rapid and accelerating contraction. So is everyone else, driven by decades of one-child policy. They canceled that, but it didn't fix anything because still no one's having kids. It would be worse if they had not had that. The population would be bigger. It would be contracting even faster. The one-child policy, like, actually slowed down from, like, it's actually a lesser collapse. And declining marriage rates, yeah. I agree with what your overall sentiment is. I just don't think, I think that one-child policy actually, like, made the collapse less bad. Like, even though I disagree with, obviously, controlling the one-child policy or whatever, but I'm just saying that, I don't think it's going to be as much of a crisis as people think. Alright, we're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting this guy up there. Something else happened too. Nowadays, a beautiful woman is something rare and highly desired there. So there. Oh my god, where is this going? Hold on. Let me prepare. Let me dance around this one. So they all want a prince and nothing less than that. Damn. For the past 2 years, Valentine's Day has been the most deserted date possible. True, but I feel like doesn't everyone want to max out like the attractiveness of a person that they want to? I don't know. I think it's just more common for everyone to be alone because I think like I don't know, I don't even know why everyone's like basically not getting married, but for their own I don't know. Oh my god, Jen, welcome. Jen, you're a female. Can you confirm Augustus's comment about all women want a prince and nothing less than that? I don't blame him. If I was a woman, that's what I would want. I want to be. I don't want an ugly short guy. You know what I mean? It's like, of course, that's what you want. I want $1 million. You know what I mean? Mr. Augustus is put on a hotspot. I did put. I lit him up. I want $1 billion. Same. But to be fair, like, don't we all like? If you're a female, like, what are you gonna want? Not a tall, like, prince. Of course, that's what you want. You know what I mean? I don't know. And there's things I want that I don't even let myself fantasize about because the pain is too real. I like short kings. True. See, there you go. Everyone wants the best possible. The problem is when you regenerate your preferences renegotiate your preferences every 3 months. I don't know, but I'm gonna do some speaking for the girls. Asking for a friend, gotcha. Asking for a friend. Yeah. Don't we all want yeah. I'm good with just money at this point. I think I don't even want like a relationship. Just give me money and I'm totally chill with that situation. All right, I think we're ready to like start getting into the white, the highlights a little bit. I'm actually kind of excited because like I've been doing the main paint so long here. I'm almost like exhausted. Why is it slimy? It has like a slime on it. What the? Hold on, I need a paper towel. Oh. That's Aries rule. Yeah, sometimes I catch it. It is like everywhere. I just don't even notice it anymore. I can't imagine what that was. It couldn't. I don't know. That was weird. All right. I'm not sure if I should add white to this pot or if I should. What direction I should go with here. You don't want to forget. I need to shake it up first before I do anything. Dre's Doodles. I'm a little stingy with my time, so not looking to date right now. But holidays make me lonesome. Interesting. See, different perspectives. I think that's the other thing too, right? Like sometimes the idea of like a relationship seems cool, but then you have to go do stuff like when you don't want to, like, right? Like sometimes you just want to chill at home and it's like, you know, they're so taxing. True. It's brutal. Good thing days, because it's brutal out there. Yeah. There's not enough prince. There's not enough princess. Per princess and princess. Wait, how do you say it? A princess and prince? Yeah, not enough prince s and princesses. Especially if you, yeah, I think, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. Is like, sometimes you ever look at somebody and you're like, you just don't want them. Like, it's like the idea of having, it's like they're gonna eat up so much of your time. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I tend to attract F-boys. I get no matches with girls, probably because of my height, and a few dudes I match with never goes anywhere or goes. It's exhausting. Damn. Fallout music. This is it's BioShock music. Yeah, it's like BioShock music. These guys talk like they have so much experience. Well, hold on. Let me keep my mouth shut. Nice. That's on the YouTube side. You guys can't see that chat. That's a secret chat. I'm not really sure if those songs were in BioShock. Those might be just like generic songs of that era that sounds BioShocky. I'm not really sure if those songs were in BioShock or not, but it does sound like it. (1920s) vibe. I saw a funny WarHammer musical video. Nice. It's so good. I feel like I'm in delirious dream. Yeah, I get that. It does feel a little fever dreamy. I think we're all gonna end up dating AI here pretty soon, so I wouldn't worry about it. I think dating real humans is gonna be seen as like, I don't know, as like a thing of the past here, you know. I think like the way it's gonna work is you get an AI girlfriend. She learns about you. She learns about your boyfriend, and it learns about you. And do you guys really do you guys remember the movie Vivarium, where they got the baby in the box and then the child started growing up really fast? You guys remember that movie? Like, it'll be like that. You'll live in a neighborhood that looks just like that. It's all like plastic. You're dating your girlfriend, you work at a data center or whatever, and then one day a baby shows up in a box and you just legally you connect it to you. it's like has like literally connected to you somehow through your neural link. But I like unpredictable chaos that works. Won't work. I like unpredictable chaos. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I'm kind of on the not. I'm kind of on the not. Like, I like to not create chaos in my life in certain ways. Like the closest I've got to like chaos is like maybe like buying a motorcycle and then doing combat sports, but that was more of like childhood my parents wanted me to do. That wasn't really like, you know, what, you know, don't let your imagination, but those were the two most chaotic things I've done. But Runner Bean, welcome. Runner Bean, welcome, man. I'll stick to my plan. I like you, unfortunately. Wait, I like you, unfortunately. I can't do anything but stay home with you because I'm poor. But I think if you say it up front, if you just say it up front, I don't know. I do like staying at home. That is my favorite activity for sure. I never see a reason to leave. Like, I bought the house to stop going places. You know what I mean? Like, why am I paying for this place? Like, I don't want to, like, I have the internet. I can go see what, you know, stuff. That's my take on it. I like to stay home too. Isn't it the best? Yeah. The only rule I would have is you pay for yourself, should I pay for mine? You pay for your shit, I pay for mine, unless it's a real emergency. Slipknot fan says, I wouldn't mind dating a replicant from Blade Runner. Is the replicant, is that the hologram girl, or was he the replicant? I forget now. Look at who was the replicants? I went from happy, exciting Fortnite streaming to AI dating. Women marry poor guys all the time. Huge mistake, by the way. Huge mistake. Don't do it, girls. Find yourself a prince. I'm poor and just got a date. Nice. There you go. Oh wait, Icarus, you said would you date an AI? It's not that I wouldn't date an AI. Is that I wouldn't be able to believe that an AI is there. Like, I'm just talking, like, in my mind, I couldn't get over the fact that there's no one on the other side of that screen. You know what I mean? It's like I would if I could believe in it, but because I know how computers work, and it, you know, if you know about LLMs, it's like I don't, it's not real to me. So you know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm coming from. So if you can't believe in something, you can't like invest in it emotionally. But I paint miniatures, so that's a plus. Yes, I think, yeah, women love like shelf after shelf after shelf of miniature soldiers. The more the better. Follow Homebird here. I hate people. Hello, Homebird here. I hate people. I don't hate people. I do find like people maybe like a little exhausting, but I wouldn't say, like, hate is the wrong word, but people can be exhausting. Shin Young were the female replicants. Where are we at here? Okay. Let's do, where are we at? I think I need to add more white to this mixture here for the highlights. I hate people physically, mentally, emotionally, spatially. They annoy the shit out of me. Digital peeps are different. Gotcha, gotcha. No, I get it. Um, I'm pretty people avoidant. You know what I mean? I I definitely sympathize. I wouldn't cross it over into that I hate people territory, but I definitely sympathize with the exhaustion you experience from um
This love will last, though years may go.
Augusta says, I know, thank God I'm handsome and huge. Nice. I was listening to a recording of a radio show where a girl is looking for her date because she lost contact with him when they're looking for her cat. Turns out he got into an accident that same night looking for the cat. Terrible. Alright, cool. Good one, runner. I like everyone. Like, all of you are welcome in my home. Nice. Thank you. An old lady ran me in the ass with a cart trolley here in the UK because she wanted to get cheese. I might do that for cheese. I might commit assault for some cheese. I was physically attacked for cheese. The more I'm typing this out, the more I kind of relate to her. But Jesus, seriously, I don't hate people, but I do have social battery. I do have a social battery, so that's right. Yeah, my social battery, it taps out kind of. Push her over. Yeah, if she's older than you, she's probably like, if she's from the last generation, she's probably pretty old. You can just probably, you have physical superiority. You can just overtake her rather easily. Cholesterol will do before I do. I feel like we're on Twitch because we all have that in common. Probably, yeah. I need to somehow get the camera angle a little bit better.
I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart, I have but one desire. And that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I'm thinking about trying to do 3 days without food, or because I did 2 last time, but I'm thinking about doing 3 days of no food.
I love you too much. I just want to start a great big flame down in your heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire.
3 days without food. Yeah, doing it fast. Because I did a 2-day one, and it was hard. It was definitely getting hard towards the end of that second day. But if you just keep taking naps, what in the Ozempic? I think I think I think there is benefits to fasting. Like, I think your body like heals better. The ones that have profile pic and update it anyway. Lost all ambition, all worldly claim. Just want to be the one you love, and with your admission, feel the same. Reach the goal. I'm dreaming. That's the dream. Oh, like true love, yeah. Yeah. Well, instead of true love, you can download a girlfriend right now on your phone. Get the app. It's pretty close. Why? I want to see Erota. So my theory is that my brain can't remember stuff well because of too much sugar in the blood system. And so by going into ketosis for extended period of time, my memory will improve. If that I'm trying to improve brain health through starvation, essentially. At least that's I've seen people do 7 days, so I know, like, I'm not gonna die after 3 days of no food. I'm not gonna die. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you're healthy, like 3 days with water, it's totally doable. Like, if you're a healthy person, you can definitely do that. I'm doing it more I'm experimenting with brain health is what I'm doing, essentially. Lowering blood sugar in order to, like, memorize stuff better. I read Ozempic, is it detrimental to your... Yeah, I'm not doing Ozempic. To your bones, it's caused a lot of... No, I'm not doing Ozempic. I'm just not eating for blood sugar stuff. I don't check my blood sugar. I just... but that's the theory, is that brain heals better, or your body and your brain, all of that stuff heals better when you don't have inflammation and all that kind of stuff. Would not touch that with a 10-foot pole unless it's for medical reasons. Yeah, I've only heard... I want to be careful when talking about, like, medical stuff. Like, I know Ozempic, but I've heard really bad things about Ozempic. It seems like that's going to... It seems like the overall trend of where we're going is sort of like when you see Rapture and Bioshock, like, falling apart at the end there, and you're seeing people with grotesque mask faces, and they're, like, cut up by the surgeon, and, like, this Ayn Randian kind of, like, sort of economy is God, and, like, all of these, like, self-improvement surgeries, and, like, it's all headed to, like, because some of these people you see with, like, the facial surgeries, they kind of look monsterish at a certain point, but they don't see it. And I feel like Ozempic is part of that trend, is that God only knows what kind of health consequences that's going to have a few generations down the line. I feel like we're headed into, like, that Bioshock territory where things are going to get wild. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I'm trying to do things naturally. Hey, Mr. Oil. Future Oil, what's up? What's up? Sorry, I didn't see your comment, man. I'm talking and reading. Yuri definitely isn't fasting to get thin. Actually, last time I weighed myself, I was at 197, so I have the right amount of weight to do it. If I was at, like, 160, I wouldn't do it. But I'm almost at 200 pounds, like, with basketball shorts, so I'm totally good for going for 3 days. Downloading a GF, nice. What did I just walk into here? Why not a keto diet? I mostly eat red meat, but I wanna... And I added bread to gain weight, but now I want to do, like, nothing and just see. I just want to see where it takes me. It's just want to see where that takes me. The keto diet is a long story. I think I've heard about the keto diet. I think it's good for a lot of people. I can go 20 days without eating if you stay still 40 days. You can go 20 days without eating? Is that the case? Yeah. I think if you're like 220, it just depends on how much, like, just depends on how much weight you got to go through. Especially because people always come to the unhealthy conclusion, if a little is good, more can only be better. Yuri, your skin and being new man. I'm not sure what that means. Yuri, your skin and being new man. 6'2" at 200 pounds isn't, like, that's not skinny. That's I don't know why, like 200 pounds at 6'2" is like kind of normal. That would already maybe be crossing technically medically. In 1950s, you would already be approaching overweight in terms of like 1950 standard. Like if you stop eating meat, it's easier to fast, so long as you drink vitamins. Jen says, I've done 5 days. It's amazing. I stick to 2 days every so often now. I've done 5 days. It's amazing. Reverse any cancer. Okay. That's the other thing is that if you don't consume food, your cells that are damaged enough to be cancerous. This is correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because I've heard this too, is that basically sugar is what is needed to reproduce cancer cells and cause the growth. If you have cancer cells or tumor cells, not eating food or only eating red meat without, like, not having any sugar in your diet will put it in remission, and tumors slowly go away. But you have to not have any sugar in your diet, no bread, nothing like that, or just pure starvation. Like 2-3 days will put that stuff in remission and begin to reverse cancerous tumors and stuff like that. I've definitely heard of that. Plus, remove all alcohol, icky, poisonous stuff. Yeah, I drink very rarely now. A part of it is because it just takes too much time. Like I become unproductive. But I'm not saying I'm never gonna drink. But I'm not a super big drinker. Because I stopped eating meat a few months ago, and now I feel like I remember things better. Interesting. Augustus, your theory is valid. Have it under expert medical advisement that you stop eating, you will not continue living. Well, it depends on the time. Is this medical advice? No. Yeah, no. No. In no way, shape, or form should you listen to anything I say. It's probably because I've been eating fish, shrimp, or higher in omega-3. True. Imagine, but yeah, yeah, I'll eat fish. I like fish in general. I like fishy everything. I just generally like fish, and even when it's like fishy fish, like the meals that are kind of fishy, still like that stuff. I imagine it's a significantly less cholesterol and oxidative stress. There's a theory that says the best thing for descendants of European is seasonal nutrition. That is, in summer you have a predominantly vegetarian diet, and in the winter predominantly carnivorous diet, and you can't forget that sugar is a novelty in historical terms. I would go well, like I've talked about the carnivore diet. It's when you look at the remains of Europeans pre-agriculturally, you don't find skulls with messed up teeth, and you don't find narrow jaws or any of the sort of modern issues from a modern sort of that all of that. The small feeble coughing European came from the agricultural revolution. So that's why, and if you look at like Mongolians, Asian people who aren't inclined towards being tall, but if the average height was like 6'6" back when they were like conquering Russia, and all they did was drink horse blood and eat meat, and so that's why I'm very and so like when you look at that historical data of like, you know, pre-agricultural people. By the way, Native Americans, when they were eating, you know, a handful of berries and mostly bison, they were the tallest on average population on Earth. Now, if you look at the Native Americans in America that live on reservations, they're quite small. It's literally like the correlations of health and eating red meat are so like, to me, are so obvious that I'm pretty convinced that if you want a if you want a healthy population with like low cancer and all of the good stuff that comes with health, you need to have a significant amount of red meat. I still have blue days, but I feel less stressed. That makes sense. When I ate meat, I was more anxious. Really, I have it under medical advisement that living life would be bad for your grumpy attitude and negatively impact those around you. Nice. Phenomenon is very shocking indeed. Does being tall equate to being healthy? Well, in correlation with the height, the European brain during the agricultural phase, when they went to agriculture, became 10% smaller for on average. So I would to me that would be an indication of lack of health, because because it's not like it was just a height. Right. It wasn't just the height. It was the skull structure with the jaws, the teeth, the brain size overall went down by 10%. So like when you take all of that into sort of into the picture, then to me that would be an indication of health be overall reducing. Now it's an advantage to have agriculture in the sense that you could, I don't know, have more stable food supply, I guess, or what, you know what I mean? Obviously that's where agriculture won out. It's not going anywhere. So but I look at the height thing in aggregate with the other factors. Um, Another side effect: if you live forever, your art will never get expensive. True, true, true. Fun fact: every 10 centimeters you grow, you're 10% more likely to get cancer. Well, because you're bigger, like because you just have more mass. That's probably true. I keep adding white to this, and it keeps not being bright enough. This music is so nice. Oh yeah, the... This mini makes me want to play StarCraft. Oh yeah, I love StarCraft. StarCraft is a big inspiration for the game I'm making. Pest. Like, you know, with the whole Zerg thing. Zerg versus humans. There's a parallel theory. There's a parallel theory that says the problem is that people had pots and pressure cookers. Eating soft foods and broths causes you to have atrophied jaw and face. I've heard that too. That people that have that having soft food won't develop the muscles need to be developed in order to. That's what forms the bone. Like if you aren't using the muscles, the bone eventually gets misshaped. I've heard that too, but it's yeah, I don't know. I think nutrients would be fundamental to that picture, right? Like they also say that in the past it was common to use the mouth and teeth for work. People use their teeth as a tool. That's crazy. I mean, I'm not even doubting. Maybe that's true. I would be if back then losing your teeth would mean death. I would be very scared to use my teeth to like pick up weight or whatever. You know, I wouldn't want to risk it. But so these soldiers fight against the lizard people. They fight everyone who doesn't believe in what they believe in. So if they disagree with the Tao and what they believe in, they just kill them. or integrate them into the Empire if they do. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with whether they're lizards or not. It's do they believe in space communism? Oh, do you mean the other things I was drawing? The other guys I was painting? No, those are part of the Empire. Sounds like a neighborly thing to do. Well, if you want to help people, you integrate them into a better system, right? If the other creatures are part of the Tau Empire, they're sort of they were integrated into these guys, the Kroots. No, they're on the same team, which kind of makes it mean the system works because they're so very different and yet they're fighting for the same cause. It means the Tau system is a viable civilizational strategy, if you ask me. The Fire Warrior is looking really good. I'm trying to get him there. Yeah, meanwhile, the other creatures, I mean, spreading democracy? Yeah, democracy. Yes, integrate people for their own good. Integrate for their own good if they don't want to bring on democracy, manage democracy. Exactly. Exactly. Like, if you know you're the good guys, why not do it, right? I'm gonna have to like almost just use. I'm almost gonna have to just use white here, just pure white. It's like. Have you guys heard about controversy surrounding new Odyssey movie? No, I haven't. No. Nice music. Oh, thank you. I don't follow normal media anymore. I don't know what's going on. If it's gonna get me in trouble, please don't please don't talk about it. The only movie I'm excited about is the back rooms look really good. Yo, come here, baby. Oh, you good boy. Come here. Oh no, no, you gotta leave. You gotta drool. Okay. The dog, the dog. Jen, I'm so poor that I have to use crop tops as a guy. True, true, true. I'm very excited about the idea of Mel Gibson making a film about a great attack on the island of Malta. We had Ari show up. Yeah, he came up and he was drooling. I just can't have him over here with all that. Great Siege of Malta. What? The section of the song is like non-in-sync Tetris music. Oh. Great Siege of Malta, which took place in 1565. A massive fleet sent by the Ottomans attempted to conquer the island, but the defenders successfully repelled the invasion. 40k elite Ottoman soldiers were stopped by 5,000 civilians and 500 hospitalary knights. It is like he is chased and wanted to sing to finish early. The song. Cool Tau model. Oystab. Thank you. Appreciate that. I am back. This looks pretty eerie. Very nice. Thank you, Gengen. Gengen is so smart. Big brains. High IQ over there. Thank you. I don't say it often enough. When you compliment me, I just need to come in with a compliment. It's starting to get there. It's starting to get cleaned up. I'm being very meticulous about it. Right now, I'm thinking about poverty. I'm getting hungry. I think I need to go down a can of ravioli right now. I hope you're not really starving over there. When I compliment Yuri, he replies with, "I disagree." I think I don't know. Sometimes I disagree because it's like sometimes the glaze is too hard. I don't know. Maybe I am biased. Let's see. Is this number 2 of 12? Yes, this is like Subway takes with Yuri that says he's 100% 100 agrees or disagrees. I saw your message. You know what? You can have my crop tops. I moved on to back tie tops. They're on trend. I don't know if this is lore accurate, but I would try to create red laser effect on a lamp in the center of the helmet. Oh, his eye or whatever. Yeah. I was gonna make him blue, but yeah, red sounds good. That's better right there. Finally got the consistency I was going for. Maybe even a little bit darker, if I'm being honest. Thermal sight camouflage. Thermal sight camouflage. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I guess maybe if they're... I don't know if the tower cold-blooded or not. I guess with all the equipment, they might produce some heat. I don't know how humans ever figured all that stuff out. There's so much... They figured out so much. With the thermal stuff, you know? Oh, is my helmet getting in the way? Oh, okay, no. Oh, it is. Oh, it is getting in the way. What the? Red lights were nice, but too... Red lights were nice, but too noticeable? What if you do an actual red light? Would you be able to attach a little red light? Well, there's not LEDs small enough to put inside this model. I mean, you'd have to excavate this entire. There are micro LEDs now. You'd have to really be careful with excavating this head and getting it in there and drilling it out. But I mean, Warhammer is pretty silly. I see that it visually says red lights were nice, but too noticeable. I think it would be really cool for the shelf, but on plain field, they would stay the way they are. They should stay the way they are. Yeah, I mean, Warhammer is pretty silly. It's not, it's like they don't keep track of sort of military accuracy. Everyone's wearing very flamboyant armor and very visible and colorful, and lights are everywhere, I think if I had the know-how, which I do know how, there are specialized websites where you can order these micro LEDs. They are not like those little LEDs, but they are like literally a hair's width, and they take like 1/1 millionth of a watt, and you could have those two wires. You'd have to have like very maybe almost specialized equipment to install them. You'd have to like carefully take this whole head apart, drill into the back of his head to the front. It would take quite a bit of effort to make that happen, but and you could even do, what would be really cool? This would be like really cool is if you took and did that and had the LEDs inside of his head, and then you had the plus and minus at the bottom of the base, and when you put it down on the board, it would light up. That's where it would get power from. I think that would be kind of cool. almost done. That was a fast one. No, this one still needs a lot of work all around. This one still needs a lot of work. It just kind of looks done from this angle. It kind of looks getting, it looks, you know, that one angle looks okay, but no, unfortunately I can't paint fast no matter what I do. I just don't have the paint fast gene, I guess. A new House of the Dead would be absolutely epic with 250-inch display and blowback guns. House of the Dead. Is that those arcade games where you're shooting with a pistol into this, like you're on? It's like an on rails game, and you're using a pistol to shoot the zombies. What the? Ooh, some bullet masks, some burn marks too. You could paint a bullet hole in the helmet, would be cool. Oh, yeah. The Void is also pretty cool, you know, the Void. Doc Dad Dad? The Void is pretty... No, I've never played the Void. I played the zombie one before, but I've never played the Void. Here's something that will never happen again. Return of suits of armor. Well, what if we were talking about, me and my buddy were talking about Dune, and we said that what if it flips and knives become relevant because like armor becomes, there's some sort of energy, whatever. By the way, I really doubt this will happen because it seems like it's a lot easier to make a more powerful projectile. But what if some technological thing came along that flipped the armor thing, like having energy shields, like in Halo, or something, and like it became like kind of very difficult to gun someone down, and that had that, and then we went back to just fighting with knives and stuff. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Because Dune kind of had that. There was like no reason why everyone had swords, right? Like, except if I guess some technological shift that made armor not completely stupid and irrelevant to have in the modern era. Well, outside having like a plate or something to block the obvious stuff, or something to block shrapnel. But it is kind of VR with rain, coldness, and heat, etc., and monsters. The void is pretty cool. Let me read that really quick. Hmm. Uh, let's see. Okay. With VR with rain, coldness, wind, heat, and monsters. Oh, is that like one of those VR things where you go pay for it? Is that one of those like places you go and play VR? That would be really cool. I have VR still. I just never play it because it's so annoying to set up. I kind of gave up, but I want to. Actually, I might bust it out just for because they made the Metro, the VR Metro game. I might have to see that. That looked really cool, but it's just so annoying. It's such a hassle. You know, and I'm not a big fan of standing up. Like, that's the problem too, is I don't want to crouch and stand up while gaming. But no, I've never seen The Void. There you go. Have the Protoss with armor and energy shield. For me, when I hear about VR special controllers, it's like something is telling me they invent a super new drug. How about trying it? Oh, because like you're into video games. Yeah, dude, it's really cool. Like the novelty of it does wear off really fast. Like I thought I was gonna disappear and just be all about it, and then like not that long after, I just kind of got tired of it. Yeah, everything's 3D, but you just don't care. You know, so it's one of those things. It was really cool, and it still is, but. I think I would really want to get back into it if I had like that walking thing where you're walking on a platform being held up, Because when I was playing Half-Life Alyx, the thing that would consistently take me out of the experience is using the controllers to walk in game or teleporting really makes it like it immediately reminds you that you're not there. And I want to be like walking with my actual feet, and that would be, you know, if it was like that, then yeah. Hard to get there. I'm liking the way it's coming out. Still needs a lot of work. Still gotta do still the armor. I'm probably half done with the armor. Then the feet and stuff like that. But I think the overall trend is in the right direction, and I think we're years ago, they were talking about VR, perfect graphics, the ability to focus on things up close, being able to aim with a weapon like in real life. I don't want to spend another 10 years of my life playing games. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play all the time. Like, I'm probably not, like, I feel like I play less and less games now. I'm not really that interested in gaming anymore. Like, I still do, like, but it's the time I put in is, like, very low. Like, I play, like, 30 minutes a day, or I'll just play Fallout Shelter on my phone. And, I don't do, like, 8-hour gaming sessions anymore. Or, ever, but... So, I would probably, if I was super rich and I had the space, I would buy the walking treadmill thing where you're in the circle and you got the helmet on and the rifle. I would try it again in like another 20 years when it gets like the technology gets really kind of ironed out, and then I would give it another go and see where we're at. Having like recoil on the rifle, that would be cool, But also, I think I don't really care about the walking. If they need to just have VR, increase the resolution, increase the frame rate, all this kind of stuff. That's where it really needs to improve. And I just want to sit at my desk. That's it. I just want to see my game in 3D. Like, I want to see it like I'm staring into a 3D window. That's what I really want. That's the effect I want and be able to turn my head right. I don't want to stand up. I don't want to wave my arms around. That's where I think another issue is like they keep trying to take it in that direction, and I actually think it's a mistake to take it in the, because I remember when I worked at a factory, I hated I was tired physically. I didn't want to do more physical activity. I didn't want, like, I get it for people who work in an office. It might seem like an awesome idea because it's like, hey, you're getting a little exercise, dude. I just wanted to sit down. So for me, it was a nightmare. Part of why I didn't play it a lot is I was always tired, and yeah. So please let me sit down when I play video games. That's what I want. A month ago, you were fascinated by Helldivers. Well, I still like it. It's just, like by the way, when I was saying I play Helldivers daily, that I played like a game in the morning. It wasn't like a like you got to take into account the time commitment there. Just because I'm saying like I play Helldivers every day, that just means like I play that first thing when I get up or drink my coffee. I play a game, I get out of there, right? It's not like it's a time. Like, and I stopped playing it too. That's the other thing. I stopped playing that too. But the thing that really drove me away was they had these new bugs come in. They were like really fast, and it felt like a cheap mod of the old bugs. Like they increased the speed by like 200, and they were like super fast. Like, unbelievably, and I just didn't like what was going on with all that, and the new biomes. I don't know. I just was like, I was already kind of like didn't really care, and so when that game felt like it went in the wrong direction, I just bounced. So I might wait like 6 months and jump back into it, but I really don't. I don't really feel like it right now. I just want to not move a muscle. Yeah, when I'm gaming, I want the experience minus the... It's kind of like, I think it was the right instinct to go in the direction of... I understand why we all thought holding a rifle would be cool, right? But actually, like, when you're reading a book and you're immersed in the experience, right, you wouldn't want to be walking on a treadmill. You want to be, like, have your full brain, like, embedded in the experience. You're actually experiencing what it's like to, right, like, fight in a war more when you're imagining than when you're, like, exhausted, if that makes sense. Like, you're miserable, if that makes sense. So like, I think it would be more immersive to wear a helmet where I'm not moving, and I'm still gonna imagine being tired. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my character's tired. I don't want to actually be tired because that actually kind of takes me out of the experience. Um, if that makes sense. At least that's what I felt. I never felt the novelty of holding the weapon in my hands wore off after my hands got tired, my arms got tired. And I'm like, oh, I don't like this. Have you all seen the 2009 movie Surrogates? I have not. That sounds really familiar, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Surrogates. Yeah, let's compare the other piece really quickly. Just want to kind of have that next to them. This one looks a little bit more vibrant, but that might be the camera. Huh. That's strange. That might have been because I spray painted that one. That's what I was afraid of. That one looks a little bit more yellow, but maybe that's because I didn't put enough. By my eye, they don't look that different. No, they look a little different. They do look like this one is a little darker, this one is a little bit brighter. Huh. I might have to hit this one with I might have to just hit this one with some paint to like brighten him up a little bit. To kind of match. Actually, or maybe lower this one down a little bit. He's a little bright. A little bit on the bright side. Looking good. Thank you, Icarus. Looking nice together. Yeah, I think the paint looks good. It's you know what I mean? The paint is looking good overall. I'm pretty happy with this paint job. You know, especially when he's finished and we got a bunch of them. So, I think I'm going a little bit overboard for like painting like standard soldiers this much. I think that this is unnecessary amount of effort, but I'm just doing it. I just decided this is where we're gonna set the standard, and we're gonna keep it here. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna go take a break, eat some food. Sorry for that yawn. It's a Bruce Willis movie about people control surrogates, androids in real world while they stay in a virtual reality pod. Wasn't there a movie with what's his name? They had like was it Gamer, and they had a similar concept where like they use real people they use real people that would be put to sleep, and then their bodies would be available for rich people to like play around with, and like you might die and stuff. And it was like a similar concept, and it was called Gamer or something, and it had what's his name in it and he ran it. It was like it wasn't a great movie at all, but. I remember that. Yeah. I forget, like, Gerald Butler. Yeah, he was in it. It was a, you know, maybe not the best executed, but I haven't seen it in such a long time. Ooh, hasta la pasta primavera with cheese. Thank you, Future. I appreciate that. One thing that completely turned me off from war games is that the last 10 years, every game has lost its strategic element. In every game you can jump far, climb cables like your Spider-Man, jump out of planes. Now in COD there's even grappling hook from Dying Light. I hate the fact that everyone can teleport on top of me and kill me from an impossible angle. To be fair though, there's still a lot of... Have you played Ready or Not? You might like that game. I played it with Ready or Not is like a very tactical police game. Like you're kind of a SWAT team member. And combat missions range from arresting a few people to just, like, when you fight the cartel, you're, like, in these gunfights. But you can, in theory, arrest everyone, but they don't always surrender. It's a hard game, and it's a very fun game. It's a very, like... you would like it. It's for the... I enjoy the real kind of like military. I haven't played it. It seems good as long as it's realistic. I mean, it's realistic inclined. You know what I mean? None of them are realistic, but it's realistic inclined. If you're a tactical if you're a tactic enjoyer, like what you're describing, like slow walking and like, you know, clearing rooms like they would in seems like how they do it in real life. It's like that, and you can arrest the people with guns too if you scare them. Like if you throw flashbangs or you just yell at them and shoot near their head. Sometimes they'll drop their weapon and stuff, but a lot of times they'll start dropping it and then they pick it back up. So it's kind of one of these. The game does a good job at maintaining the tension because you can have a situation that's super under control. I think that's what the game does well. Is it's a shooter game, but you're making a decision. You're like, are you gonna reach for that weapon, or you know what I mean? And it's like usually the longer you don't arrest them for, the more the situation is gonna get out of hand. So you kind of you can come up to them and like hit them with a rifle to get them down. So it's like it's a good like SWAT team game. Obviously, it's not like it's still an action game. I think at its core, that whole thing with everyone playing COD and sliding on the floor like their Silver Surfer really annoys me. Give me a break, right? But I think Call of Duty is not trying to say that it's realistic. Like modern Call of Duty, even visually, it's not even trying to say that it is a war game. It is definitely like trying to compete with the Fortnites now, you know, under the Call of Duty umbrella, which I think is a mistake, only because I think I don't know why they didn't push Call of Duty in its own trajectory, like its own. Call of Duty should have been Call of Duty, like kind of like modern warfare-ish kind of thing. Just keep propelling that and develop a different thing to compete with the Fortnites or whatever. I think it was a mistake to try and turn it into like this super goofy uber kind of silly world. Like I just, when I close my eyes and imagine Call of Duty, I see like colors and clowns and like it's not even reminiscent of anything like a war game. But it's not bad, it's just a different thing now. It's not what it was. It's one thing to be unrealistic, it's quite another to be able to run along walls. Right, but it's not telling you that it's not that. It's telling you that that's what it is now. Like, if a game was, like, saying that this is a realistic thing, to me, it's like, Call of Duty is like its own Halo now. It's just a different thing. It's a... You know... It's just a different thing. Even the old Call of Duties weren't... Like, I guess Modern Warfare 4, like, Call of Duty Modern Warfare... Like, that was... it was an unrealistic war game that like tried to make you believe that you were playing something like what war it looked like a war game. You know, like that's how you imagine war as a teenager, right? Like Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare 4 was like that. They ruined the franchise. I think I agree. Like I think I mostly like, it's not that I feel like hatred, I don't care about it anymore. Not that I would really play it a lot if it was like a more of a military sim game. But I think what it is now is just not interesting to me, really. You know, so that's my take on it. It's just I don't like care one way or the other. Enjoy your meal. Yuri, see you on record. Yeah, on record is another one. On record is another like hyper real. There's to me, it doesn't matter because there's always like games like that on the market. Like if you want the slow tactical, you know, bust down the door, clear the room correctly, it's all over the place. Just Call of Duty, just you know, they're trying to compete on a different stage now, which I think it was a mistake. But it's fine. I'm not, you know, I don't control the, you know. Not to mention that you can choose Butterhead's skin. Nicki Minaj. I actually kind of like see. Okay, full disclosure, I did buy a Turtle Ninja skin. I can't remember if I bought. Oh no, I bought the shark skin and I bought in Black Ops 6. They did get some money out of me. I bought a Turtle Ninja with the one with the swords, and then I bought a. What was the other thing that I said? A shark skin, because he looked kind of cool. So, I'm a little bit of fault. I gave him money. I'm part of why the downfall happened. But can you blame me? How could I not buy a Turtle Ninja skin? But yeah, Black Ops 6 was really fun. This last one, though, I wasn't feeling this last one at all. It didn't hit me. Like, it just was like, I don't know why they keep reaching for this like futuristic Call of Duty. I just don't vibe with it at all. I hate it. All of this makes me want to write my first letter, crushing and complaining to a company. It's a waste of energy. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate your point of view, but I think it's better just to move on. Yep. All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you all for your attention. I'll be back at some point.